Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, and perhaps even good evening. Thank you so much for dropping by and joining me for another super exciting episode of the 3D Shenanigans. Miss and Nancy's, welcome over on YouTube, and Waldorf and Statler, or should I say Statler and Waldorf over on Twitch. This is really, what a surprise. I didn't expect both of you to be here. Very cool, very cool. And that's basically it's just the three of us, the four of us, I should say. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And maybe Miss Julia as well, the five of us. Just the five of us. Welcome, Julia. Good to see you. Good to see you. I've got a little bit of bird song in the background because that chills us out. Dramatically, I might say. I've been out shopping today, caught the sun a little bit. That was nice. Got 2 pairs of new Crocs because my old ones were worn out, as they say. So there we go. And my plan for today is a bit like what you saw in the thumbnail. I'm gonna go and bring up our interior scene here, and I've transferred all the people we've set up in iClone yesterday, and they should come up in Unreal Engine. But if that happens or not, we'll wait, and we'll have to wait and see if it all works out. It's like developing the rushes, and then we'll see if it has worked out. Oh yes, and good news, we have an 8-ball in the bot now. Only works on YouTube, I'm afraid. But if you type in !8ball, just like what Julia just did, followed by a question, the bot will give you an answer. Look at that. Will there be sheep today? And the bot says, what would Google Gemini say? Well, that's not an answer, is it? Thanks, bot. I wonder what happens if you just type in !8ball. Will that even yield a comment from him? I was actually quite excited that I got that done. I did the same on Discord, so I've got another Discord bot that behaves the same way. Oh yes, and we have the special. Today's special is pizza. $29.99 per slice. Not a rip-off at all. I can tell you, 100% genuine. Okay, so this is our auditorium. We've filled that with people in iClone. And I may possibly duplicate that audience around. Let me just see where that is. So our bits and pieces are in here. I would imagine it's this one, 18th of April. Let me just go and drag that in here, and then we'll have a quick look at it. Did that work? I cannot see. Does that work now? Hey, that is like, look at that. Let's bring it up. See if it works. Yes, did you finish the butterflies? Oh, there we go. Look at that. It's people in the audience and stuff. All right. And there's a few adjustments that we have to make because some of them, like here and there, this might just about work. But I know that on some of them, we had issues with the table that was digging into the people. So we're going to go and, like him here. Oh, I've got birds whizzing around as well. Not just birds, also bees. Yeah, like you guys up here, you've got the easier seats. Well, you're very far away, so we don't need to worry all too much. But yeah, like you guys here, and that actually works. You know, people might be a little bit small. I might make you a tiny bit larger. But I think, yeah, no, this is intersecting with your legs here. So let's go and swap this out from seats 1 to seats 2, like so. Doing. That's good. That's taking care of that. I think over here we had some issues. Well, it might actually just work here. No, let's just go and fix all that. He might have a table. He might not have a table. He does not have a table. Gotcha. You guys don't have a table to begin with. That's neat. And then you guys down here. Yeah, no. That needs to... I think you guys also... Ding! We're going to be tableless. Oh, sorry, that was the material. Didn't mean to do that. Haha. There we go. So that's... Your table's gone. You don't have a table. And you guys didn't have a table either. Perfect. So that's our set sorted. And that's the beginnings of our audience. So I'll go and save it. I'll go take it out of my scene again and then rename it. I'll call that one RL Auditorium 1. And I'll do that so when I rename it, I can go and dot these things around. You had crickets in a cinema in Cuba once, really? Statler and Wolof, that's amazing. Took me a while to realize they weren't part of the movie. I thought, you know, usually I have some music on, but it's one of those things that you always have to keep an eye. If it's music that you haven't handpicked yourself, I thought something that just goes and does its thing, that also doesn't distract too much, but it gives a little bit of atmosphere. Cinema in Cuba, are you in Cuba right now, or were you holidaying there? Quite fascinating. We live not too far away from Cuba, about 90 miles, so they say. We're in Miami Beach over here. Not Beach Dover, Miami Beach over here is what I was trying to say. And so technically, if we wanted to, we can literally hop and skip over there. Oh, 2002 holiday, nice one. Yeah, I've never been. It would be quite nice to go there. Now, I'm thinking, should I do this on a shot-by-shot basis? That might be nicer, because then we can do this inside here, or we just do it as a subsequence. Let's do it as a subsequence, because we need it from just in these last two shots here. Let's do it as a subsequence. It's getting cluttered here. It's almost like I need another track just to do the subsequences. Yes, I might actually do that and separate that out so that I can work across these two shots, because I don't need to see them here, just over the last two shots here. Let me do that. Add another subsequence. And I'm going to go and create one. Subs, I'll call it Sub Auditorium Crowd. It's, you know, it's not actually Joe Rogan. He looks a little bit like it. This is one of our viewers. You might see him later, Zero Calvin, aka Brian. Let me go and zoom in there on that, on the man. He recreated himself inside of iClone, and because we're friends and he's a frequent viewer, I thought maybe it's a good idea for him to be in the cinema. He keeps saying that this is something he's made when he was a little younger. So he says, Brian, this is Brian 5, basically. That's available from the Real Illusion store. But if you today, Brian 6 would have a pot belly, he reckons. So it's one of those things. Very funny. Now, where is the Auditorium crowd? Is here. So we'll start it just a little before that here. And it needs its own track too, because all those guys are currently muted and I don't want it on the same track. Can I just add another one up here? Can I? Yes, I can. That's neat. That is neat. I don't want this muted. But we do need it until the end. And then if we go in here, we can go and make that a little bit longer, like so. And I think it's also 60 frames. There we go. And inside here, I can now go and do my thing here. Place the crowds. Basically, bizarrely, with another subsequence track, and the first one is RL Auditorium 1, and this is going to be just our first line of people here, line of defense. And while that looks good, it's still sparsely populated. So what I want to do is rather than do this in iClone and then copy these guys over, I've got enough movement here in this very long sequence. I want to go and duplicate these guys around, and I'll do that by duplicating this this whole sequence here. Let it save a little bit, and then Control D should make us Auditorium 2, maybe. Control D. Yes, there we do. That's good. And with that, oh, we've got 2 now. That's not what we want. Take that away and go grab another one. Auditorium 2. Here it is. So that's in basically the exact same position, but we want to go and change that. So I go 1 level deeper still. And in fact, try to do this on the first frame here because they all have a transform frame here. And I should have done that before really. Should have maybe grouped some of these guys together. So like, let's group these guys on the side here. Hard to say. Is it you? No, it's the other lady behind you. You? Yes, you. And maybe you. Yes, you guys. Move that to a folder. Call that one side low. I should have really done that on the other one before duplicating it, shouldn't I? I think that would have been much cleverer. But it's fine. Perhaps just side then. And we'll just go and move them a little bit further up. Then we have these guys here. Yeah, I do actually need to go back and just mute you, so that these things I can go and group you together as front row. And then we have the midfield, so to say. Yeah, perfect. It also means I can disable people a little bit better. And then you guys here, you all maybe I'll call you guys the further midfield. That'll work. Further midfield. And that doesn't accept the capital M. I'm okay with that. And then you guys, you're going to be the far crowd. Far crowd. And then so that I get a bit of color in here, maybe you guys can be pink and you guys can be sort of green. Midfield, and the further midfield is blue. One row, I suppose, could be a little yellow here, and the side can become white. And now, of course, that I've renamed it all, I wish I had done that on my other sequence. I might just swap them around here. So this one's the one that's named. Let's just go and mute those and go to Auditorium 1. And just move the guys in Auditorium 1. So muting means I don't see them at the same time here. What I'll do then is make sure I do that on the first frame of the animation. And just move you guys further up a little bit so that we see more people here. Whoops. Just the guys, please. Oh yeah, so our pivot is further away than I want it, so I'll go and hold down Alt and the right mouse button and move that a little closer to where I need that to be. Up as well, it's gonna be fine. Hopefully it's gonna do that for both people. Pivot set as pivot offset. Is it? Yes, look at that. That's perfect. So you guys can also now be You're going to be here as well. Oops, hello. Means we're going to go and change the seats out as well. Okay, so that means Mr. Brian is here. How you doing? AKA Zero Kelvin. Good to see you, buddy. You know, I've just explained to Waldorf and Statler over on Twitch that you are, in fact, down here. He said you looked a bit like Joe Rogan, so I think that's a good compliment. Oh, that lighting doesn't do you any favors there, does it? One of those things. One of those things. Step into the light, Brian. Step into the light. Oh, look at that. That's the auditorium next door, completely empty. Too funny. How are you today, Brian? I'm doing some audience replication right now by moving the guys who are already basically in the theater around a little bit. So you guys, I'm just going to go and put that into a little folder here. I'll call you guys midfield side, and I'll move you guys over just somewhere to the other side here. Cienfuegos! Oh, you are Stadlov and Walter. This is great. You are Cienfuegos. I didn't know. Welcome, welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you again. And this goes up. That should do the trick. Pivot, offset, yes. And then I'm thinking maybe I'll put you guys over here in that little love seat. How's that? And look, Brian, I'm on the first frame of the animation. Ha 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 ha. I know it's usually not my style. I like being somewhere in the middle of the animation and then wondering why I've got so many issues. Thank you, I appreciate it. These guys are so chilled out. And I think once we have 3 or 4 sequences duplicated here, I'm going to go and dig into iClone and grab just different materials so that these guys can wear different things so that they don't look like the same people. I think it might be a little bit more obvious when you have them when you see them about 3 times in the auditorium. So you guys are going to move into a folder called Side Top. And we can also go and mute them at that point, both of them, so that we get even better performance. This is one single guy here. I think I want to duplicate him. Actually, these 2 guys here. I think I want to go and duplicate you guys individually or together. Maybe individually. Let's do it. We're going to call you guys the loner. So first of all, you guys go into the folder. Yes, loners. And you get something like a special color, not so much a dark color, maybe this. Loners of the world, unite. That'll do. Pivot check. Maybe you can be somewhere by yourself, I'm thinking. At the top, maybe here. I don't know if there's somebody sitting there already. I don't know. We'll see. It can if you wanted to. Yes, it's got this option. You can enable it and disable it. I'll show you where it is. It's the behavior is a tad weird. So it auto keyframe if auto keyframing is on, and you already have a keyframe at that point, then it will auto keyframe. If there's no keyframe, then it won't do that. So like we'll take him as an example here. Auto keyframing is this, I think. Create a key when channels or properties change. Only automatically add a key when there's already a track and at least one key. If that isn't the case, it doesn't work. And this field next to it, you can tell it what to key. Either just the changed key or everything in the track, even if only one thing has changed. And then you've got the interpolation of how you want it to change. And if I were to move, so we have one, let me go and isolate him here. We have one keyframe on transform, and it's only on the location, not on rotation and scale. So if I were to go over here and then rotate him, it doesn't auto key because, oh, hello. I don't know why it does that, because it hasn't applied anything on the rotation, but it has applied something on the location, which I can't really understand. But that's how it works. So it has set a key here because one of these keys have changed, must have changed, but nothing was set on rotation. So if I go and undo that, key's gone. But if I now change this to key all and then go and rotate him, then you'll see that there should also be a key on rotation, but it hasn't happened because there wasn't a key on rotation before or something. And this is how we switch it off. So rotate, whoops, rotate, and nothing happens. So you can just disable that, but I like keeping it on because A, it's the default behavior, and also when I'm on this keyframe and I make a change, it goes and changes where I am. Where did Nate's time go? Outlook isn't so good. Ha! Will Jay finish the thing today? Come on, come on. I want to see that. I want to see that. That sounds like a question for Crystal Ball. A ball is fired. And other loner can be further up here. So first, other loner guy, his keyframe needs to be, whoops, needs to be changed. Oh, that's peculiar. Why doesn't it want to do that? Oh, maybe first of all I've changed that, so key changed, I'll do that. Why does this not want to work anymore? Now it works. So rude. I think so. My plan, Nate, in order to answer the question without a ball, I want to finish at least the auditorium and everything so that I can go and do one render pass so that we can see at least something that's more or less done, and it'll take some post-production doing, but I think I'm going to leave that for another day. But yeah, the plan is to replicate these guys around, that we have a fuller auditorium, and then we'll go and do a render. That's the plan. I think also in here, I want to probably change that to this. And you can go maybe further up here. Where do we see this? I don't want to put you somewhere where I don't actually see you, but maybe sort of here. Top row, where was that now? So it's like after the second screen, yeah. So up there. Oops. Nearly got you. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I enjoy about Unreal Engine is that you can control these guys without having to touch the manipulator with the control and then left or right or left and right together. So control and left mouse button moves him on the x-axis, control and right mouse button moves him on the y, and then control and left right together moves him up and down. So that's just so nice to move objects around. And if you hold down shift while you're doing that, it also moves the camera with it. So that's pretty neat. It's just very cool to position objects really quickly that way. These were the loners. We'll go and switch them off. And then we have these two guys up here. I think you're going to remain in the far end. And we might bring you down a little later, who knows. You and you. Oops. That was not so good, was it? Neither top nor wireframe did not mean to do that. Why would that not work now? Answers on a postcard. Yeah, it doesn't want to work. Oh, wrong button. Yes, easy. I need a new bot. What's wrong with the current one? He's not even had one live show, the poor guy. How's Mr. Nate today? And Mr. Dragonate's mom as well. How's the short hair approach going? How's that working for you guys? Pivot, and then we're gonna move you guys into new folder, far crowd. With your coffee cups here. And I'll just go and move you around a little more. Yeah, because I think it doesn't really matter. I'll just go and move you one row forward and just get that cluster of people here. Might even go and put you guys on the right here. It looks like either of you needs a bit of individual adjustment now. He's at the edge of his seat already. As is she. Great. Growing fast, I can imagine, yes. Well, I mean, you can always, since you do have the clippers already, if you want to, stay short-haired for a while or almost bald for a while, go and keep shaving it off. That'll work. It does grow incredibly fast, and it's only when you're completely bald that you actually see what, just how fast that is. Crazy, isn't it? Far crowd. Let's go and get you out as well. So now we only have these through two groups of three here. And we'll move you guys maybe over here and you guys over here. So you just move. One row, you guys move up. Up and Adam. Afronate. Yes, we want to see that. We totally want to see that. You know, Brian, I went Julia and I were out this morning, Croc shopping, by the way. So that's good. I've got new Crocs. I'm excited about Crocs. And with, I think, 15 minutes to spare, I picked up the cat from Indie Cat, our cat. I was umming and ahhing until the last minute. I totally did it, so I have the cat, which is nice. Oh, next time. Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah, I'm glad you started making videos again, and maybe the occasional stream, because it's a nice record to see just how fast it grows back, especially if you get it to a point where you let it grow quite far. Exactly. It has a home. I'll call these guys here just Trio 1. Trio 1. And I'll go and move y'all over sort of here. Yeah, that should do the trick. She's still at the edge of her seats, and we're going to go and just change those. With that, perfect. All right, that's this, and you guys, trio number 2 here. Move to another folder. Trio V2. Okay. Pivot point. I wish they had a better align option in Unreal Engine just for the pivot. There's multiple things you can do with this, but this, for what I'm doing, is sadly the best way to temporarily move the pivot even on multiple objects. There's another way that if you had an object itself, and it's like the seats here, pivot is right here, but if you wanted to change that, you can go into the modeling tools and then override the pivot properly, like you could lock it in as if you had the object in Blender, and then you can just literally put it at the bottom, front, top, whatever, but that changes the pivot for all the objects. So that means there would then be an alignment shift, and with these guys I didn't want to do that. It does change multiple objects simultaneously, so these 3, they share this pivot point, and that's good because I want to move these guys as a group. But just in case I didn't want to do that, I could do that on a per person basis. So I'm going to go and move you guys just over here, and maybe 1 row down. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Well, nearly perfect. Perfect enough. Oh no, hang on, that's not that perfect, is it? Oops. Yeah, that's almost perfect. Oh, tomorrow, excellent. 2-3 days a week, yeah, sounds good. Sounds good, Nate. What will you be streaming, pray tell? And what time are you thinking of doing that? I think that is it. Trio 1 and 2. Great. So it looks like we have everyone in place. Let me go and unmute everybody. So this is number 1. Whoops. This is number 1. And the other one, I think I've muted. So let me go and unmute that as well. So now we should see more people, twice as many people. And what's happened down here? Have they not moved? Did I not move these guys? There's too many people here. Oh, I didn't move these guys. I thought I did move these guys. I did move them. Oh, did I duplicate them accidentally? Yeah, there's something really wrong here. Let's see where the problem is. So, auditorium number 2 looks just like this. That's our original arrangement. And auditorium number 1 oh, did I move them? I need to move them further. Dang, here's so trio number 1. No, trio number 2. I think I just need to move you all a little bit further afield here. Trio number 2. You imagine there's a select option in this huge menu. You'd think select everything in this folder, but of course that's one option that isn't actually here. So yeah, no thanks. That's super helpful, Unreal Engine. The one thing you want, quick, let's take that out of the menu. Otherwise they're going to use it. So because we've got you guys, I think you guys need to go into the other road here, right? I think you need to go sort of here. 4 Eastern, 10 Eastern Standard Time. I like it. Earth Defense Force. Never heard of it. I've picked up something on the PlayStation store today on my subscription thing. It basically looked exactly like Elden Ring, but it only costs $30 normally. So I didn't pay anything because it's a subscription thing. I get that free. Totally not my game at all, but I thought, hey, it's free, man. It's free. So trio 2 is taken care of. Let's take care of trio number 1. What was it called again? Something I can't recall. Oh, good. Yeah, try it out. Yes, and you guys, you're just, there's just too many of you. So you guys, you just move over here. A little bit just into the middle here. How's that? And I will totally not say anything more about it. It's good. You guys can stay here. You look beautiful. I was gonna say terrible, but I meant beautiful, really. So now we've got more people, more spread out. No, what's happened here? This is like this horrible row in the middle. Okay, so which track is this? If it's not this, we're gonna go and you guys are in here. You guys are not in here. Okay, cool. So 2, we'll leave 2 alone. We're gonna change you guys in 1. I just don't know where we're gonna move you to. You can't be in the same row. That's ridiculous. Be in the row behind. Does that work? Is that row free? Yes, that's free. Okay, so you're gonna be here. Gotcha. Clippy represents Ascania. How's it going? I'm having fun with my people here. They move into places where I totally didn't authorize that. So you're gonna move out of this row. You're gonna move one row further up, like here. It's going Monday shaped. Ah, my Monday starts tomorrow, so my Monday is actually called Tuesday. But it is never good when that happens. Regardless of what you call your Mondays, Mondays are never good. Okay, let's call that good. And just change those seats. Swap them with the better ones. Also, we could do that here too. In fact, do that to all the seats. Okay, so that on paper, this looks all good. Exactly. They're totally getting a worse seat. Okay, how's this? So that is good. We don't see any double heads here. That is neat. And our auditorium is filling up nicely. So that's cool. This is our crowd so far. I think I like it, but I may just add the two of the trios here into the upper rows as well. I think that'll add something quite nice to it. There might even be a couple of spots here that I think we should fill. Maybe one of the loners can be down here too. And maybe the back row guys here, they can come down here too. In Auditorium 3, I think we could do that. Let's do that with these two and loner. Loner can go in here somewhere as well. And then these two can go here. And then we'll move the two trio guys further back, and then the other guys can be deleted. And then that in Auditorium 4, we're going to go and just move them around a little bit. And then we'll take our materials, and that should be that. Oh, some vacation from work, Ricky. That sounds good. Welcome, also welcome. Good to see you. Vacation sounds good. Julia, I want to go to Germany and the UK later this year, but we don't know exactly when. When flights aren't insane anymore. Auditorium, that's 3, right? Yes, Auditorium 3. Duplicate it. And let's go and make that start here. Auditorium 3. Okay, I might just leave all the others in place. And I'll say the far... Is this the far crowd here? You guys are the far crowd? Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? Because muting you isn't going to do anyone a favor. Oh, that's you guys. Yes, you are the far crowd. Perfect. You can go in the front row. Please, further down here, if you don't mind. I mean, bizarrely, you're still up there, but that's from Auditorium 2. That was too far, don't it? It was a bit too far to the ground. Here you are. Maybe you're still waiting for your friends, and we're going to put you right here. Oops. Now, the spacing of the seats upstairs is a little different than down here. I totally understand that, so it might not be as easy as just putting you in the same spot. We might have to go and pull you apart a tad. Like you can be here. Your seats here, much comfier than above. seats large 2. There we go. And then I think also your leg was up until now wasn't really a problem, but now it's totally a problem. So you're gonna have to recline a little. And you look happier. It's a good show. I'm just going to call these guys Far Crowd. It's good. It's good. So now we have the 2 trios. Let's put them in the back row. Oh, and the loners. No, let's go top to bottom here. Let's go take care of the 2 loners first. No, I agree. It's important sometimes to just take a break and just completely just go. It's important. So I'm gonna take the other loner, the other casual guy. Here he is. Casual. You're gonna go sort of here. Oops. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Yeah, no one's really sitting in that row here. And I think you already made for the large seats, were you? I can't recall. Your seat will also be swapped out, sir. Oh, sir. Perfect, sir. Where are you thinking of going? You thinking of staying? Like staycation, Ricky? Or is it going to be traveling somewhere? Then we have you here. You're good too. I'm thinking maybe you can go... go down here. Some of these guys just look decidedly grumpy. You know, you should be happy, excited that you're in a cinema. Maybe they know they're not in a cinema. He's got his drink here already. I like that. So we can go and swap out your seats here too. Bing! Perfect. All right. Great. So that's the loners taken care of. Going to your dad's. Nice one. Ooh, nice one. I like it. Loners, hide them. Midfield side. Where are you? Oh, you are here. Okay. So you're already here and there. So I'm thinking perhaps you can also be over here, maybe? Yes, let's put you over there. Oh, come on. Like here, I'm thinking. Or back. You guys can go in the back. Let's do that. Come on. I meant the two of you. Yes, where the lots of popcorn is here. The balcony. Also, you should be switching your phones off if the show starts in a minute. Okay, hand we're not going to say anything about. It'll be fine. Hide this as well. And there's the people on the side top. Where are you? Oh yeah, you guys. You guys. You can also go somewhere into the background here. I'm thinking maybe up here. Sorry about the seats, they're getting just worse and harder. Maybe in the front, in the same row. Maybe you guys are... all you've decided this is just not such a bad place to sit after all. Maureen can come a little bit closer to the right here. I'm thinking like so. That doesn't look too bad. Okay, side top. Now we have the two trios, and those we're gonna go and put definitely in the middle here. You guys first. I like it maybe then on the right here. Really? That is neat. I love it when back in the day when they put a little bit more effort into pre-show things. I really enjoyed those days. I remember the first... I used to work as a projectionist in a cinema. That was in our super tiny town where we used to live. It wasn't quite a village, but it's one of those, a bit like Twin Peaks, you know, that sort of size, 20,000 people tops with surrounding areas. And I got that gig through a friend of mine who did this at school. And they were looking for people, and I thought, great, let's do that. It was, I think the first feature I ever projected as a projectionist was Edward Scissorhands. And it was a weird movie, but what the German distributor had done was give it a pre-show, and it happened to be, and I think it was supposed to establish the Simpsons for the German market. It was a get the movie Do the Bartman, the little music video for Do the Bartman. That was the pre-showing in Edward Scissorhands, and I'm not sure if the German audiences really understood that. I mean, both Bart Simpson not having been on TV but having been introduced, or I think the first season was just coming out at that point, and they decided to put the Simpsons in as a sort of the thing after the trailers, and then the movie Edward Scissorhands. I don't know if that was such a big hit, but anyway, that was the first movie I worked on. And I think what I liked about it is that it was just more than the movie. You just got more than the movie. Like back in the 40s and 50s, where you had the weekly newsreel as part of the show in the evening. I thought that was quite nice. And now we have another row, another trio. You guys. And that could go, well, I'm thinking I might just go and put this here. Yes, I think that's what my desire with this is as well. That I'm thinking, hey, there's just arguably this is way more effort than anyone would need to start a stream. But A, I'm having fun doing it, and I'm also thinking, hey, this is just it's just nice to have that little bit of extra entertainment to make up the experience. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Because back in the day, it wasn't just you don't go see the movie because you just need to see the movie for professional reasons. You're going out for the whole experience, you know, with bowling and arcade as part of it, and a meal and a drink. That is the experience, really, isn't it? That's why you do it. He's totally the lowrider. Are you too tall for the seats? You're okay. We can actually split you guys up, maybe. So you don't have to sit together. You can be here, and then you can be here. There. That'll work. You might go a little higher, or maybe not. That should work, and that is Auditorium 4. No, that was 3. My goodness. Well, let's see what that looks like. This now with everyone in their place. So that's not too bad. I mean, there's a lot of people here. Question is that enough, or shall we have Auditorium 4 also in here? I'm gonna go and move this so that the animations are all offset a little. What wide shot is this? It's hard to say. Is that enough people? It's almost like they would benefit, some of them would benefit from being a little taller. I find they're a little tiny compared to the seats, but then, you know, it's just like sketching in the crowd. Yes, totally. The lights that's a whole different pass. Same as on the outside, the lights are just working lights right now. Maybe it's a large enough crowd. I think it certainly reads as a crowd. Yes, definitely it's going to be darker here, moodier, and the lights in here are going to dim the moment we come round the corner as well. Can be okay, right? I'm thinking I'm not going to worry about the size. I might go and just adjust his position down a little. We see him fairly. We can sort of see him. I think I might grab one or two other textures, but even that, I mean, just him here. I can just read him. He's around a few more times, just because his green sort of stands out. So I'm thinking these guys can come up a little bit. She's a bit too sunken into the chair. He's sort of hovering, so we'll take care of that. This is fine. She might come up a little bit. I think so too, Ricky. I think that might just work. Yeah, lights. Before we render, let me do remind me before I hit the render button. Let's have a quick light pass just to get that mood sorted out. Yeah, I think more crowd, maybe later. I think it'll be enough for now. It reads as a crowd. They all move. That's what we like. So you here, where were you from? Here were you in number 1, number 2. You were number 2. Okay, let's take a look at that. You in number 2, and also there's a thing in Unreal Engine. If you ever encounter that, you've got the play range, but you also have the shot range, and there is a setting, I think that's on by default, that doesn't let you move the playhead outside of that area, but sometimes you have to, so that's under here. Keep playhead in playback range while scrubbing. If you disable that, then you can go and move it anywhere you like. And in my case, I just needed to move that to the first frame of the animation. Didn't do me any good because come on, buddy. That's you here. There, just because we see quite a bit of you. Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's see what other small things we need to take care of here. I think my man over here, he doesn't look, from this perspective, he doesn't look quite right. He could probably come over to the right a little bit. I think he's here as well. Yeah, he's here. So that just looks a little healthier. I think you're okay. You might need to go down just a tad more. You look a little, I mean, he's just tall, isn't he? Are you here by any chance in this sequence? You are. Splendid. Maybe that's all we need. Maybe that is all we need. Let's do it. I mean, that's good. Let's get to lighting right now then. I'm thinking. Let's get to lighting right now. I'll go and hide my crowds. That means it's easier for me to do that. You guys, I might actually hide you as well, maybe. And then we'll do a bit of lighting. I like it. So we'll hide you. And then we'll hide you as well. There we go. As long as you're in the shot, it's perfect. Yes, we're gonna make sure you're in the shot, Brian. In my opinion, says Emechi 1979. In my opinion, you should scale all characters by at least 1.1. I was thinking about that too, because they do look a little tiny, and I think they might just read better as an audience. I agree with you. I agree with you. Maybe I should do that. It's good that you say that. Actually, I'm thinking that too. At least the sitting ones. I think the walking ones were fine with those, but maybe the sitting ones. Let's see how easy that is to do without freaking out their positions. Let me go and do that. Howdy as well. Let me do that once I've taken care of lighting. Let me just go and do one little lighting pass here. I've got a ton of crowd at the front here as well. Let me go and hide these guys too. Foyer crowd. These guys as well. And you guys, I think I'm going to leave you where you are. The purple things, they're going to be hidden in a moment. Yeah, because this is all just very, very harsh lighting. Good eye, my friend, good eye. I think maybe even 1.2. So let me see where these lights actually are, because I don't know how this is set up. I haven't set up the lighting. That was all part of the... They all came with the set. There's a certain amount you can do with the post-process volume, but that just makes everything lighter and darker. Let me see how they did it. So all the lighting... This is basically everything switched off. All the lighting switched off. And these are just emissive surfaces. So they have all of that. So environment, I don't think we need that at all. Rect lights, those could be mine. Nope. Honestly, just looking at these amounts of lights, I have a feeling that there's too many of them. This is very inefficient, and it would be easier if I just do all of these by myself. Because the thing is also, if you have that many lights, I'm not sure there's that big a benefit to having just that many. I think it's really not necessary. But they have also put some meshes into the lighting section, which I'm not entirely sure why they would have done that. So some of these things, it's called ceiling light, but does it actually emit light? Yes, it's an emissive, isn't it? Yes, okay. Okay, so I think in that case we'll have to do some rejigging here. So groups are bad. Whenever you see somebody use groups, tell them not to do it. They're nice setup help, but they get in the way when you want to do your own thing. It's much better to turn these things into blueprints, and then you have one thing in the scene outline and not 50 plus another one. So let's see, rectangle lights and spotlights and point lights. So we only have one point light, that might even be mine. So that means I'll leave all the... Oops. I'll leave all the... I'll go and do some camera snapshots. So this is one. Then we have another one sort of here. That's our second shot, I think. Then we have another one sort of here. I think that's our third shot. Then we have another one here. It's our fourth shot. And we have one here. Oops. That's our fifth shot. Then we have one here. That's our sixth shot. And then we have one here. That's our seventh. And then we have one from the top here, something like that. That's our eighth shot. So now we can go and literally just switch between these and see what our lighting is like. Yes, I think I'm going to go and I'm not going to delete them. I'm just going to go and put them onto a different level. Some of them I don't think we see here. Yeah, like all of those there in the back. So we might see that here. But just with all of these off, I think we're still okay. So I can just go and get rid of those, and no one's even gonna notice them. I quite enjoy it without them, to be honest. So let's add a level. Oh, this is a whole interior lighting level. Perfect. Let's go and add a new level. Empty. I'm going to call this interior offloads, and I'm going to change the streaming method. I'm on the layer. Disable allow group selection, because otherwise this has other implications. So all the spotlights, layers I don't think we need right now. sorry, levels we don't need. Levels we need, layers we don't need. So levels here. I'm going to go and move all those onto here. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that anything that's on this layer, I can just go and switch off. But it's not deleted. So if I do want to bring it back, I can just go and copy it back into something else. So those are all spotlights basically gone. That is pretty neat. Where's that one point light? Where you at, point light? I think that point light can also go onto offloads. Great, that leaves us with, and there's more spotlights here. There's so many of them, crazy. So those are the ones we know about. These ones, again, I don't even miss them. That's too many. I feel like some of them are neat. I think I want to keep some of them, like the concession stand here, but we have 3 rectangle lights and 3, 4, 5 spotlights, and then we have yet more spotlights. That's just too much. I mean, regardless of how good Unreal Engine is, I think I might just go and ditch them all and then start again from scratch with my own stuff. Oops. Select all descendants. And move them over here. Oh, Ditogia just stopping by on Twitch. Good to see you, buddy. Hello, hello. How you doing? Welcome to 3D Shenanigans, where we believe that many lights is too much. Now we have rectangle lights. Let's see what they bring to the party, and also where are they? Yeah, so again, this is something that I would place depending on where we see what. So we'll do all that completely from scratch. I'm going to go and select them all. Move them to here. And what we can do now, save, and now the offloads, I can just go and delete the level, and then we can light this any which way we want and add highlights if and where necessary. So interior offloads, gotta select something else. It's nicely saved. Delete offloads. Perfect. That makes me wonder what is actually in this interior lighting level. It could be that there isn't anything, only in current level. And let's see everything. There is still something in here, so that's all the things that are in the... They're the mesh lights, basically. That's perfect. So we're going to leave this intact, and I might make another level. Should I do another level with J's interior lights? Why don't we do that? Create a new empty level, and we're going to call that J's int J's lights v1. Streaming method, if that isn't set to always, you get this little green dot, and it means the sequence has to specifically say load this level when you render or not. And now that we're on this, anything that I create. Will go in this. I can't say this as set this as a current folder. That's a shame. Okay, no worries. So J's lights. That's this. And these guys, I'm pretty sure we don't need because all my guys are spawned in. So let's go and delete these guys as well. And add some lights. Once I go to the bathroom. So I'll see you in a second. So true, Mr. Slushy Cup number 5 is totally on his own. I don't even know where that is. Let's have a look. Where even are you? Oh man, you're in the dark. That is just so sad, isn't it? Is this our auditorium? Well, it's sort of hard to say. Maybe it is. It's a multiplex, so it could be any of them. I mean, it is designed as a playable level. It is our auditorium. Maybe I've put that in there. Too funny. So I'm thinking that, whoops. I'm thinking that the mesh lights here, they're probably good, right? I think they're probably, whoops. Then the mesh lights here, anything that is lit up already, we're not going to change that. But all we need here really is 2 room lights and then some detail lighting, so that we emphasize these, like this area here, that area. That might be even just a little darker. So I'll go and start off with the rectangle light. that always comes in the wrong way. Nobody really knows why. Why would you want a light that shines onto the left wall? It's just one of those things. But hey, that's just Unreal Engine. And then I'll call this one Room Light 1, and I'll give it some properties here. Like, well, these are the ones that are sort of high on the ceiling, and it's going to be really soft. So 64 is probably more like 256 by 256. And then attenuation is how far it reaches, so we can make that further or less far. And I think we're probably going to need one in here, but just to get the two large ones out in the open. There's also the thing about my camera. I think I might make that 120 degrees field of view, so that makes it very wide, but we see larger part of the room. So I'm thinking attenuation might even be good with 1000. And fog! Fog makes everything better. We could also make it, just checking which one the width is. So let's make it 256 that way, but then I think it's the height. Oh, that's the width. Okay, so 256 that way, and then the width, make it a strip light. Then we don't need that many, but we'd have to have two of them. So no, let's not do that. Let's do that with 1000. That might be neat. And then the other one goes next to it, but would it be nicer if we were to use temperature 5000? Or it is this super ugly that sort of sterile temperature. Maybe we'll leave it at the default of 6500 for now, but I'm already debating whether to change that. So let's move this one over here, and then I have another one. The fog makes everything better. Too funny, guys. This we'll see. Oops. And this comes down a tad. Oh yeah, and then we're also going to have the reverse of that. So in this corridor here, we probably don't need to have it quite that bright. But we do have crowd here, so I'll go and put some lights back in here. That's that. Done with 8 lights, not with 500. So corridor base lighting, totally good. I like it. Whoops. These things, they obviously still need lighting, but then we need one in the very front here. This probably doesn't need to be quite so big or bright. depending on the crowd here. Do we have enough lights? And wouldn't you like to know? That's hilarious. That's too funny. Often with these lights, I don't think it's a problem here, but often what we may need to do is just add another one, perhaps in the middle, that just illuminates the ceiling, because otherwise you don't see much of it. And I might just grab one from here. Just duplicate that, put it in the middle, and then go and turn that around by 180 degrees. And now we get that ceiling illuminated. And that doesn't need to be that strong, but it just gives it that little hint of something there. And with that, I think we might go. Does the width help here? It doesn't really, does it? Does the barn door angle help? It does not. Barn door length help? It does not. Okay, good. Let's not worry. Let's bring out one more. Oh, and they all need to be movable, otherwise we get issues here. Don't know if we need another one here, actually, do we? We could do so all of these, they should really be movable, and then they're being calculated on the fly. This one's going to be for in there, because that's currently got the that doesn't have good ceiling light right now. I don't want this to interfere with the people here. These I might actually go into do this way, then we can use them as both ceiling lights and wall lights. I think that might be enough here. Okay, maybe one more then. I think that's believable. And now let's add just a few highlights so that we lighten up the dark corners. And I think then we're pretty much done with this. So these concession stands here, should I use point light for that? Oh, also organization. All of this goes into a folder called J's Lights. And then in here we have, all of these are really foyer, aren't they? Foyer, and these are all ceiling lights. And then we have foyer base lights. Leo is here. How you doing, buddy? Do you know, because it's you, I'm gonna go and switch off the birds, and I'm gonna switch on some music because I feel like some music. How about this? That should do the trick. See if it's too loud. Not too loud. Not loud enough. Leo is here now. It's party time. I like it. That might be. It could get too loud. I'm going to turn it down a bit, and then we have a little music bubble there. How are you doing today, Leo? Always good to see you. I'm also to celebrate. I'm gonna have a coffee. Also, Ricky, you're thinking we should get it give it a little bit of a warmer touch. We can do that. I mean, there's one thing. I'm going to show you that in a little while. Maybe I'll just demo it now. There is a way, if I wanted to change lots of these lights at the same time. Proxy area, let me disable that. There is a thing called the light mixer here. So we've got two of them. There's the environment light mixer, which is sort of for outdoor lights and distant lights. And there's the traditional light mixer here. And that's a panel that's best used on another monitor, and it goes and shows you all the lights in your set. So whether it's something that I've made or whichever level it's in, and also if it's lights that are part of Blueprint. So they all appear in this big list here. And from here, I can now go and change all of these at the same time. So if I go and use all the foyer lights here, for example, I'm going to go and change them, and then I can either change a light color here or the attenuation, or if they want to cast shadows and whatnot. I don't think they actually need to cast shadows here. Mine do. The ceiling lights, the same here. I don't think they need to do that. That makes them a little bit more cheap to calculate. And if you put that on another monitor, you can go and make a very quick change to all aspects, like the color, for example. If I go and touch the color, all my lights will now go and take on a different color. If the color thing comes back here, there we go. I don't know why it doesn't stay up, but that lets me, make an overall lighting touch. I can't do to mesh lights because they're material based. But yeah, that's sort of cool. We'll see how that goes at the end. But yeah, that's what the light mixer is sort of good for. Should Nate take an afternoon nap? Who is Stephen? Well, indeed. I wonder. Make some tea. Make some tea, Leo. Yes, me too. That mosquito, or if it was a harmless fly, I don't know. It's just a bit too much, isn't it? Well, nighty night, Nate. Sweet dreams. I like that we have the same helpful answers both on the stream and on Discord. That's ridiculous. So, I'm thinking detail lights. Let's derive it from here. No, let's make a new one. Let's make a new one. And we're still on that level, right? Yes, let's chase lights. Create lights. Rectangle light. We probably want to go and put that. Actually, that was sort of correct. We just want to narrow that down to maybe 45 degrees. 45 and then 180 over here. And ideally, that's going to be our lights shining at something. I might call that one detail light 1. And it will be there to illuminate the darkest corners. Maybe with more attenuation and less brightness than we had ever thought was necessary. Oh, you're here. I thought we're a completely different spot here. I had suspected you here, in all honesty. Yes, here, that's where I thought we were. let's just do that here. So with the shadow, that's a good thing here. We can't just go and switch that off and then we don't see that shadow. Because for these types of lights, you really want to have the shadow generated by only a few light sources. More attenuation. And then barn door angle to narrow that where it wants to be. So that's probably neat here. Then moving on to the concession stand. Barn door is good if you narrow this down and then you just change what you want illuminated. Like, I don't want the sign, I just want to see what's happening below here. Concessions while we're here. Let's do the other side as well. 180 degrees to the other side. That's just that area over here. And again, what do we want to emphasize? And I think in here, in this corner here, I think we can just put a point light just to brighten that up a little. We don't need that to cast shadows either. Can make it a bit softer so we don't get any harsh shadows. And then we get some little bit of light from here. Little edge light that might make it interesting. Moving on with my guy to about here. Good to see this area. I think maybe here we need to have that width increased a little. Claude would warn us not to anthropomorphize things. Good point. When we see final render of a movie of people watching a movie much like those reaction videos that everyone on YouTube raves about, what would Claude say? All credit for the Magic 8 Ball, by the way, goes to my vibe coding buddy Google Gemini, because I know seriously nothing of Python or whatever the language is that we're using it with. I think it's Python. Yes, I think it's Python. I'm going to take the same thing here. Oh, this could be a bit wider as well. Concession stand light goes over here, lives on as the box office light. I feel like one of the top down lights is probably already enough here for where the ticket box office is here. Jesus, can we give that a color as well here? We can't. Dang! Dang it! It doesn't actually. I may change the material of this floor here to something slightly darker, just slightly darker, only because I think the reflection is a little harsh here. I'm sure we've got brightness here. Let's try that out. It's 0.552. Yeah, there we go. Let's make it 0.4. Make that a little less bright. I think the lights are reflecting a little bit off this material here. I might make that a little less reflective. I'm sure we have something like an tint intensity. Oh, that's nice. Base controls, emissive, blend layers, grunge, triplanar. Do we not have roughness override? Something like that? Roughness intensity. There we go. 2. How about 0? Yeah, no, that's super shiny. That's what it was. 3, 5, 1500. Yeah, nice. That's 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yes, that's much better, I think. And we have a little bit of reflections there, but it's not like shiny vision. 2, this was before. It's not actually that bad, but I think it's just a little strong, so 3. Let's do 3. Floor tiles. Yes, I hear you, yes. Now that's maybe where our particle pass comes in handy. Also, this stuff here, I don't know, is this one texture? I have a feeling I like to put some dirt over things. Room light, this is the detail light for that box. And let's keep going with much smaller detail lights for these doors here. I don't think we need them everywhere. I think back here we can probably get away with just a point light in these corners here, just to accentuate that. But because this is a hero section, let's go and add one here. I think we don't need it quite so wide. So 128, make the shorter strip. Can open up that barn angle a little bit. Oops. And I might even just turn that over here, because we do see the stars of the show enter here later. And the lights in the auditorium will work out in a moment. Let's just add point lights here so we don't really see them. Light point. And let's call them, not cast shadows, let's call them, what should we call them? Yeah, because they will then accentuate just these little cubby holes here. Oops. Can't tell. 2 might be a bit strong, 0.5 might be not strong enough, 0.8 perhaps. Volumetric light on the projector that we see for 1 second. I think we have it. I think we have it, Ricky. Lucky you. Let's call these guys corner lights just so that I remember what they are. Detail lights, they can all go into J's lights here. This here, I'll call this one the corner light. And then we'll do the same here. Yes, I think there is, I don't know what they used here, but there is a built-in, built-in material for that in Unreal Engine that makes you a light cone, and that's quite neat. Assuming these are good, we'll just go and duplicate them, send them to the back here. Was that another auditorium here? Yes, here they are. Perfect. And I think while we're here, I think there's one, do we need one light at the end of the tunnel, so to say? Just to illustrate that there is indeed more to this world than meets the eye. Oops. Yes. Or should it be on the outside here? This is not bad. I think maybe the detail lights are a little strong after all. Yeah, nice. Maybe just one more, something over here, just something that, oops, dang. One wrong button. Yeah, maybe something akin to this. Let's utilize that to hello. Something to suggest something neat about this wall. Yeah, sometimes really the devil is in the details. Without and with, it's sort of a, you know, there's a difference. I do like that extra detail there. Good point, yes. This is also stuff that I think it's not always wise to do this in 3D, even to attempt it in 3D, because it's so much faster and easier to do it in 2D in compositing. So it's sometimes about effects that are designed to work nice in gameplay aren't always nice rendered out, or they're more like a nightmare when they're rendered out. So we might as well continue onward so that we get these lights in here. So yeah, sometimes it's actually better to leave these things alone. I think in here, in this whole corridor, we need just these fairly simple rectangle lights from the ceiling. I think point lights are not good because they're gonna, no matter where you put them, you can put them straight in the middle of the corridor, but they'll illuminate everything. Character walks through it, light goes out. It's not a good idea. I think rectangle light is the way to go here. Oh, so corner lights, they'll go into here. Corner lights. I should say corner highlights. Highlights. Too much. I'm not going to do that. I think this is what they did before. This is why they had 4,000 lights in here. Light strips, they're probably good to do as material, just as geometry basically, and then just make them emissive strips that don't really contribute to the actual scene lighting, and they just have the glow effect basically. Detail lights, and we're gonna go do another one of these. Bring it here, turn it down, put it somewhere here. Great! Lighting sorted out. These are the corridor lights, and I think not only are they ever so slightly too bright, but I think they're also so they'll just sort of emulate these ceiling spots here, because they're emissive lights here. And the problem with emissive lights is that they, even though you crank them up, you can crank them up as far so that they do actually emit proper light, And you might think, oh, this is really really natural light effect. They emit so much noise that it's not actually a good idea to use them. Not in game engines anyway. So I think in things like the ray tracing engines, I think you can get away with it to a certain extent. Just because you can keep rendering until the noise is gone, but it's still not. Can we do this with the barn door default and then just make the lights like really small? Does that even do anything? No, it doesn't. That's bad, isn't it? I'll do this then. Yeah, so these are going to be very, I have a feeling very dim. We'll have to see it with characters together. Possibly? I don't know, Leo. That's possible. Can we? I can give him a texture, a temperature. I can give it a function. That could be that. This is function scale, fade distance. Ah, yes, texture. Yes, I can. There we go. It does work. What happens if we do? Ooh, ooh. Leo, look at that. And they have things in here as well. Look at that. OMG. That is just, I mean, that's just amazing, isn't it? What a great idea, Leo. I hadn't even thought of that. Convert actor. Ooh, you can convert things. Oh, look at that! I don't know what that is for. Let's close it. Let's close it. No. Well, that might be a neat effect. Can we also? What happens? Can I do this in addition to that? Can I do all my other things? I sort of can. Yes. How much I would like to, and then so can I also now make this fade? I can make it less intense, but if I were to make this larger here, radius 256, that makes it. That doesn't really do much in anything with barn door angles. Almost still works. Very cool. Barn door length. Swanky. Concentrate and ask again. We want to see that. Better not tell you now. Oh my god! That's just crazy. Hours of fun. Hours of fun. Oops. Oh, I see. That's why we put that there. Gotcha. And then another one perhaps over here. And then another one over here. Are they all movable? No, they're not. Let's make it happen. Hey, also Brian, really sorry to hear that you had such a bad experience with the dash skeletons. So I think this is okay for the corridor, and I think I might just borrow, I'm gonna make another one. I might have a room light here, and those are the things that are going to dim this whole thing. Yeah, I think we're not going to get away with one light. I might also do an alembic animation for a curtain that draws up when we see this from the back. Like in this here, we don't have a curtain right now, but I think I might be able to make one with Marvelous Designer that just goes and opens like this. I think I might do that. Yes, him, who hasn't even started a single animation, right? Him. Decades converting characters. What do you want to do with them again? Doesn't matter. Must convert characters. Okay. And then, it doesn't work. I should go with standard characters. Whatever the thing. Leo, that's a great idea. What a great idea. So if we're not doing it with one light, I think actually with one light might actually look really cool. I just don't think we can. I don't want to have two, like one on the left, one on the right. I think we're probably going to be okay with just maybe just one in the center, and then we'll do one for higher up. I don't know if we need. Yeah, I think I might carry this on the other side here. Then it has this sort of cohesive look. Ending up with 20,000 lights myself. And then in the end it does turns out, hey, it would have been so much easier to just leave all the lights as they are, just dim them all down, Jay. Man, you certainly like causing yourself some work. Hey, speaking of Dash Studio, I think Dart Tarnbeck, he does another creative card this Sunday. He's showing some animation tips and tricks in Dash Studio. If any of you want to come along, I don't think I'll be there, but it's available for free. It's a surprising number of people who want to animate things in Dash Studio. I think I might do that with wider side lights here. I think this is not worth doing it here. Just thinking of the amount of lights in here, I think I might just do that with wider versions for to flesh out the sides. I think it's good to illuminate the doors here. Yeah, but if we go and grab this, put it on the other side, and this can be maybe a central ceiling light. So it's central, and central is not good. I think we're going to have two of those. One here, and then one further up. And then we have the same idea on the sides. We might even get away with one that does this now. No, we don't. We might. So these are not actually the corridor lights anymore. These are now the ceiling lights. When you stand in the standard Dash A pose. I don't actually understand why it does that at all. I've noticed this as well, and I don't really, because it's not like that in Dash Studio. If you look in how the bones are lined up in Dash Studio, they actually go from a parent bone to a child bone, and they point that way. But then on export, it just gets screwed up, and that's what I don't really understand. I don't think I've ever really understood the FBX exporter. Never. So something's too bright here, and I think it's probably the main light here. Which one by the way? This one here? Yeah, we've got two. This one and that one. And then two, I think that's still a little hot for the back row. There we go. That with our crowd in it, that should look really nice, I think. So I'm thinking just to carry on what we've started in the very back row here. Yes. Yes. I don't know if we need any more in the corner here. Probably not, because we don't want to... Just looking at this wall here, I think we're good with that. Maybe bring this one over here. Oh no, that's the wrong light. It's this one, I mean. Yes, 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 perfect. Quickly do this for this wall here. The same way. This is actually not the ceiling light now, this is the side light. In fact, this is all auditorium here, isn't it? So and this is also auditorium. Whoops. Hello. What just happened? Whatever it was, undo it, undo it. Corridor. These are the side lights. These are sort of the ceiling lights, one of which is a tad too hot. This one can actually go. We might just turn that into a generic backlight for this. And in fact, the side light then because this is really only the just for the back wall. Just for that. And then this can be all my side lights here. That's cool. Side, so these two will go and duplicate. Where is this? It's over here. Well, no, I don't think we need you here. Might as well duplicate you then. And just put you somewhere up here. Okay, I like it. Concentrate and ask again. He really doesn't like you speaking to him like that, Nate. I think that much is clear. I think we're good. I think we're good. This here, I think it's a little too bright still. So let's just turn the room lights down now that we have all the detail lights. Detail foyer room lights. Yep, that's them. Do they all have different values? Yes, of course they have. What are they? 8. Yeah, that is a bit hot, isn't it? Let's try making it more moody here. Would you contribute? That might not be actually bad over here. You contribute that, and they're just a little hot here. And this happens over here then. That's already good. And then I think we're just going into the corridor, which I think we were thinking is sort of good. Okay, much more moody. But you bring it upon yourself though as well, don't you, Nate? I mean, the thing is, you like arguing with with absolutely pointless subjects, if you don't mind me saying. You know it's a fault of your sex, so I can tell you that. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a recruiter on LinkedIn or an AI. You like getting into these arguments where you know nothing good is going to come from this. Nothing, Nate. Whatsoever. Or YouTube comments, exactly. It's the same pattern, have you noticed? Recruiters, AI, comments. Oh my god, I want to see the answer to that. Does Nate like pointless comments? It's really hard to say at this time, is it? Like, I don't know, it's fairly bleeding obvious, isn't it? Hilarious. We have the lights. Let's see what it all looks like with the crowd in position. Where even is that? I'm gonna go back to my cinematics. Master int. Oh my god, I'm excited. I've switched everything off, didn't I? So that's problematic. I think even here, some of these people oh yeah, that looks awkward, so let's see how we can unawkwardize that. Oh, that wasn't our camera actually. Yes, I've started doing that on Discord. There's some servers that I'm on where some people, they have this whatever it is that they just must answer, even if they don't know the answer to it, if they don't really have anything to contribute, they must answer new comments. And I've noticed that just not seeing these people in discussions anymore at all, even if they contribute something or not, it's super nice not seeing their names anymore. It's just making my life just so much nicer, I gotta say. Yes, I've noticed that as well. It's just wonderful to have that. Yeah, I think here we may just need a little extra to flesh that out. But I'm thinking that these guys could also benefit from just a size increase, really. Like these guys as well. Maybe just make all of them just 0.1, 0.2 times larger. I don't think it should matter too much. The point is still at the bottom of the I think it might just make him read a little better. I think I may have to do this on the sequencer though. This is a bit hot here. I think that's... Is that in here? No, that's not in there. That is in... That isn't here. Where's that coming from then? Oh, it's in detail lights. Yeah. Ay caramba, but where? You here? I think maybe 2 point lights behind the counter here, and one off screen here. There's still something that's too hot. I don't even know where. That's here, that is off screen, that we don't see either, so let's do that. Yes, I'll do this corner, the world of good. Box Office 1, admittedly a tad too strong just now. And do we need shadows here? Could do it, actually add something. And we'll have one more sort of here. That's neat. I think they might also work well behind the other stand here. I'm still thinking this material is just catching that light a bit too much. Yeah, what is the special, Brian? Outlook is not so good. Per slide. Well, Outlook sucks anyway, yes. Absolutely. But Leo, Outlook plus Copilot, oh my god, it's total magic, isn't it? This is also too hot here, yes, that's way too hot. Yeah, maybe one's good. This is good, plus the point lights, I say. Like these ones here. This one we'll call something else. What are we going to call this? Refreshments. I still maintain we should give these guys something like a emissive material or something cool that they look like robots. But I think everyone just needs to be bigger here. I think that would be good. Now this is a bit too hot here, but I'm sure we'll see that in a moment when we get, yeah, way too hot here. Too much hotness. It could be said that Outlook is good at sucking. it is one everyone 1500%, yes. Not here though, because these guys, they might just bump their heads. Detail lights, you detail lights. Yes. better. And here, I think that looks like a good corridor. It might even be too hot. See that with people inside. What do we think of the other corridor here? If I'm allowed to go back here just for 1 second. This all, now that we've dimmed things down, maybe that's also a bit hot here. We don't see that here. Corridor. That's auditorium. Foyer, do we have foyer base lights? It's all of those guys here. Music stopped. Hang on a second. Happy music, that should do it. Yes, I wish there was a way to do this globally for all people, but I don't think I can do that because I have to literally find them all on every single sequencer and just type that in. That sounds like something a script could do much better, couldn't it? I'm thinking. Also, not everybody needs to be bigger. Like these guys here, I think they can be. I think everyone needs to be bigger. I think everyone needs to be bigger. Let's do it. Let's do it all. You all? Are you all here? Where are you actually on here? That's these guys in the back there. We don't need to get all these guys. They're probably in here. Are they in here? Yes, this is all you guys here. Okay. Entrance crowd. That's you. Okay. Now, all of you, including Maureen Callahan, scale. You all up by 1.2. That may or may not have worked. I'm pretty sure it didn't work. Where are they all? That is pretty insane. Okay, come back, everyone. Phew. 1 out of 10. Not good. So you then, lady, have business F0004. Oh, I know why. It's because of the... It's because of the pivot point. The pivot point is, in Reallusion fashion, over here. So if it scales it from there, she would go and explode out. That presents somewhat of a problem, does it not? How do we best solve that then? Do it in the post. I like it. Let's do it in the post. It is, isn't it? So I mean, I could, for every single person, bring the pivot point to their center location and then scale. Of course, that would be insane. So there has to be a better way. Is there something? So one option, if we just take her as an example, we just go into the skeletal mesh. Be good if we had a size slider. Do we have any morph targets? We do, so she can talk, of course. But the make me taller slider, I'm not sure if that's here. Material, lot picker, lot section settings, clothing, animation, skeletal mesh. Negative bounce, nanite, material, transform, import rotation, import uniform scale. What happens if we make that 2? It says import, isn't it? So it's not going to do anything. Mesh. File path. Animation, what's it? Deformer, level of detail, physics. So one option is possibly find the source mesh, open it in Blender, re-import it slightly larger. Let's see if we can do that. Let's just Marine, where you at? Sweetie, there you go. Is this Marine Callahan? No, that wasn't Marine Callahan. So Control B to bring her up in here. Right click and asset actions. There is sometimes a way to say source location, but we don't have that. So let's take a deep breath, save everything, not mess things up, and just export her out and import her again, slightly larger. That could be cool. Because if that works, then I can do that in bulk. So let's see, export to export ambigenate. What does that mean? Please teach me more English, Leo. Ambigenate. I'll make a new folder. I'll call that one people. Make it ambigenate. Now I get it. We must, if you ever export anything from Unreal Engine, make sure you click this here, export source mesh. Otherwise you might end up with a severely low res version. Don't think we need vertex color or anything. We don't even need, that's fine. Okay, good. I use Blender 4.1, the only Blender I trust. Let's see. Ambigenate. Very cool. Import FBX. Forgotten the source location already because that's just how we roll. Export, that's it. Copy, cancel, go back, paste you. And you have you in fact have your origin point where you think it should be. So yeah, on the point of skeletons pointing bizarre ways, when exported from Unreal Engine, bones point all over the place, so bizarre stuff. Bizarre stuff with skeletons. Let's see how this works. That S, yeah, goes from here. So S 1.2. Let's say this is groovy now. We go and export that out. Same location. Override U. I think everything can stay the same. No animation. I think there's something here where you're supposed to disable that. And now re-import with new file. And I never really know how to answer that. Let's just say reset to FBX. Current is this. Re-import asset materials is that. Auto match, perfect. Let's do that. Everything's totally catastrophic, of course, because how dare we? And then she's gone. But then she was gone a minute ago as well. So let's go and move her. That has worked. Is that the way to do it? We also see extremely awful marine. You just disappear every time. There it is. We also see ever so slightly tricky. Would you just stay here for a second? We know you're there. The thing with the hands, not a good look, I gotta say. Not a good look with the hands and stuff. So clearly there has to be a different way of doing that. It's probably because I didn't scale up the skeleton. Skeleton's still looking at the smaller body. Let's not use Blender then. There's got to be a Edward Scissorhands throwback. Haven't we just discussed it earlier? That's so cool. So two things, of course, bring to my mind. Number one, how do we bring it back? I mean, I could just say that, and then just quickly export, and then just quickly re-import. And that should just sort itself out. Hands are back to normal. We're all specifically like ecstatic. So do you know, I can't, not even that. So the problem is that iClone itself didn't give me a scale option. That was my biggest, that was the big hurdle. I tried to do this in iClone, but iClone didn't want to do that. So then there's the only other way to do that would be in here. Let me go and isolate her first of all, that we don't see anyone else. So we've got the scale here, and 1.2 sounded like such a good idea. Then she's gone. I wonder where she is now. Clearly. She's here? Oh, together with everyone else. Why would that even be? Because we had expected you over here. This, I feel like this, we should do this on a, not in this level, we should do this on a different level. Just as a test level here. I want to get to the bottom of it. So let's go and ditch the scale, reset that here. Because there might be something I can do with a sort of override track. There's got to be a possibility here. She's back. She's back. She's, you know, she's good here. That's all nice. Let's go and do this as a completely different. Save, abort in a different level. Could do, but again, imagine having to do that for 900 people. There's got to be a better way to do this globally with a one-click solution inside Unreal Engine. There has to be a way to avoid import-export altogether, I think. Do we have test levels here? iClone imports, bike testing. We can do the bike testing level here. There has to be a better way. Ideally something that I can just apply per person in sequencer, ideally. I will go and save this as size Shenanigans. Add that to my testing collection here. Delete everyone else out here. And in fact, bring in, whoops, come on. Bring in We could use you, but let's bring in the other person. What was her name again? Something about 4. There we go. That's perfect. Let's get you here. I think my camera is still set to Bizarro Vision. There we go. This looks a little bit more handsome. We'll put this. The magic 8-ball can do it for us, I'm sure. Okay, so you go on here. No, not you. You go on here. I think we can drag as well. But I'm not into left clicking and dragging things. It's just like, it's so mysterious. Lots of people love it. I absolutely don't like dragging anything anywhere. Okay, so you are now over here. Oh, that's your that animation. I think maybe we'll go and use. Oh, could it be that? Let's use the other one. The one where we have. Like this one here. This is where you're standing. Yeah, I think the issue there is really the pivot point. Does he have the solution for me too? Pivot points here. Woman is over there. As a result, if we add that to there, so can't I then go and say additive from base, override, absolute, additive, relative. What happens with relative? Let's try relative transform. Which one's which now? We didn't have one to begin with. So let's make it twice the size. Then you're back here, and now you're back there. So technically, that was good though, wasn't it? So like say you are now here. I don't know where you are or why you keep disappearing, because that's like extremely lame. Like, stop doing that. You're clearly here somewhere. Let's say we bring in a cube here, cylinder even. And let's say this is the exact location of where you need to be. I don't know why she does that. This just really isn't really necessary here. It's Unreal Engine 5.7. I tell you, it's just so much quality. And now, if we're gonna make you larger here, like twice the size. I mean, where is she? Why is this not showing? That's the pivot point. She's far away. And I don't even see the where she is. That's odd, isn't it? Dragist, yes, that's right. Okay, well, let's try something else then. If maybe make a keyframe here. I just don't understand where this thing is. Skeletal mesh component should be here somewhere. It's just not here. That freaks everyone out. So imagine let's do it differently then. We take her off the sequencer completely. She's back. Dragist. That's what I am. Dragist. We bring you in here. And instead of doing the transform on here, is there a way to target this skeletal mesh component, and on the mesh component apply transform, and on the transform we don't even really want location or rotation, we just want scale. Is there such a thing as happiness after all? Yes, there is. This works because it doesn't actually work, does it? This I didn't, because I didn't have a keyframe here, but if I were to put a keyframe here, what is this disrespecting my input here? I don't quite understand that. I totally don't understand why this isn't, why this isn't possible. It could have, does it have anything to do with the lock icon? Because lock, that's just like add a keyframe to this priority. Well, yes, dude, keyframe. That stays, that's good. So let's say that keyframe, no, it just doesn't, why? You know, Jay, I've replaced the values you wanted with some random stuff you haven't asked for. Is that okay? Clearly not. Why would it work that way? This is insane. This makes no sense. Why would it work that way? Now that I've deleted the keyframes, the values are still intact. That makes no sense. Oh, so you just have to do it 900 times and then it works. Yeah, no, I get it. That makes more sense. Would this work? Right, Y and Z are in beta. You haven't subscribed? What happens now that we've got twice the size Maureen Callahan here? It's not Maureen Callahan, it's her sister, F0004. She's white and tall football player, exactly. What happens if we now add sneaky animation to it, like this one here? Then she always disappears when I go closer. That's just, something's not normal here, is it? Some things just isn't the way it should be. I bet Realision put some kind of a time bomb in this. Dang, user wants to make changes outside of iClone. There's gotta be a reason for that not working. Okay, I think the easier solution might be to shrink the set down. I think those are all static meshes. We have no problem with that. Why not try a magic 8-ball? Because that's not going to make the problem go away. That is not a good suggestion. I agree. So okay, let's try something else. I have another amazing idea. If we first of all make a duplicate of her, right? Business F0004A, so that we don't get confused here. What happens if we drag 4A in here? And I know this looks crazy, but what if? Let me go get out of sequencer just because we don't know what's going to happen. What happens if we use Unreal Engine's amazing modeling tools for this? Does it even work with with skeletal meshes and just be super groovy and say, let's just make it 1.2 here, and we say complete, and then we sneakily go out, and then we have a person that is now 1.2 times the size made with modeling tools. Bizarrely hasn't really applied yet, has it? That's just, I find that incredibly rude. I would have sort of expected for that not just to change that, but do it. Let's set pivot mode. That's sort of cool too. .22 out of 10. Ah. What's delta mode? Maybe we need to enable that so that yes. Reset. Okay, reset. Okay, reset everything. Reset also this. And make delta mode a thing. So 1.2 in here, that should still make you taller and should leave this alone, but it doesn't work. Dang. Shared gizmo. Deform. Maybe it'll fall under deform. Maybe model. Create, select voxel, mesh, bake, troops, misc. I remember now why I don't use this that often. Delta mode makes less sense the more after I press it, to be honest. Now it doesn't even work anymore. At least earlier it sort of worked. Because this is no different than doing it on the instance. That's not good either. Because, you know, somebody goes ahead and clicks that, and then that's the same one. So well, then is there anything we can if there's nothing on the skeletal mesh, then the only other suggestion I have is not to use a skeletal mesh, but instead deal with a blueprint. Funny enough, they have one here, which is the lifelink blueprint. What does that entail? Not that we want to do lifelink, but in the blueprint I can tell, if we were to target that, I can literally say, tell the skeletal mesh to be larger in the blueprint, because then it's a different object. Be a hell of a lot of work to replace all the people in there. And we don't really need the live link component here. But that would be a possibility. So then we just say twice the size Maureen here. This is now a different object, so we don't have to worry about her here. And this would be that. That's definitely twice the size. What happens if we were to go and open that? Businesswoman goes out. We go and track that. And we can't, she likes the animation, that's cool. If we do that, does anything work? No, of course not, because, wait for it, it's because you're doing that. We want to do animation asset, and then she's over there. Is she twice the size? No. Is she also at the cylinder? No, also no. That's also no good. She's also keeps disappearing here, which is just, it's totally not what we need. So then instead of that, so there she is, tall woman. So instead of doing that, can we target that? And on here, can we have an animation? Can that be that? It can, it just doesn't work. That's is it because we're still using animation blueprint custom mode? So we can see she's over there, but she's not where the cylinder is. And we can't go too close because then she just disappears. Okay. We may have to just live with people that are too small because there's just no other way to do it. The moment we do anything with their size, things just go completely wrong. We just live with it. Let's just do that because I really don't see another option. We could redo everything, of course, but that's just, there's gotta be, life's too short, right? I agree. I absolutely agree. I really have to think about this. If we don't use their, let me just try one more thing. If we don't use their lifelink blueprint thing here, make our own with second lady here. Create ourselves a blueprint from it. Can we even do that? No, of course not. Of course not. Jesus, it's crazy. You can't just make a blueprint. Just make a blueprint class. That. Let's just make, you just use an actor. And in this, let me just go close this down. We go and select her, add a skeletal mesh component from here. There she is. That's perfect. In here, we really do nothing other than on the construction script. We just grab that. Set world scale 3D, that could be it. Set mass scale, no, I don't think so. Relative scale 3D, let's do that. And we'll make you 2. Promote to variable, new 3D scale, vector 2. So that means if we drag that in, she's twice the size. Yes, that is exactly what that means. So if we go and just bring her into here and just add an animation, can we? Yes, look at that. That's that. She's here. She is twice the size. She is moving, but she's also not where the cylinder is. So yeah, sleeping on it might provide the answer. You're right. I think we'll do what Brian said, and we just live with it because it doesn't seem to be a logical explanation for that right now. So let's go and render an animatic of the exterior. It was, wasn't it? And like Nancy says, maybe there is a way to do it, but the logical things have all been explored and none of them work. So exporting, re-importing with another scale would be insane for considering the amount of actors we have. Let me just count them here. Roughly, it's not 455, is it? It can't be. I don't think it is. It's showing me the wrong number here. 455 is probably with subfolders, because this is about 10, and this may be another sort of 20, 30, let's say 50 tops. It's just not feasible to do that, I don't think. Let's just render this out and see this in context. Let's see if it's worth doing. Maybe we can do it in the post. Just don't look at the people. Interior first, followed by, do we have the exterior? We may not have the exterior either. Let's go and render both of them, and then we'll have a look at it. Yeah, weird. That's such a simple change. You'd think there has to be a way to do it. She's difficult. She's not even here anymore. Why not? She's like the flaky lady. I don't know why she cheated. I think we've picked the wrong person here. Sometimes she shows up, sometimes she doesn't. I'm extremely disappointed in her already. We might replace the actress. Something's not quite right about this shot. There's something, compared to this is a bit dark here. Perfect. Fix it. Maybe one change. 60 minutes spent saving the scene. Can't. There's gotta be something wrong here. It's looking good. This, we just need to unhide the actors here. Come on, unhide. Yes, there we go. People, including Brian. And this whole thing, is that our whole crowd? Oh, this needs to go over here. And I think now looking at this is still a little bit too light, I think. You can also see these guys standing there. So I'm thinking we may just move them. Just so that we don't experience that. Now they just keep going. That's cool. Yeah, just a little dimmer here, I think. Because it's a little hot here, isn't it? What's one of that is this is the group. That wasn't this light. I think this is a different light up here. The front's fine. This one's the corridor. Corridor can also be maybe a little dimmer. And the sides. Is it the sides? Sides, then we have the ceiling. Not sure if it is the ceiling, but it could come down a tad. So then we have the corners here. Corners we don't even see. These are the detail lights. Oh, maybe that was it. That was it. I think we see a crowd and that's just good enough. I think in this shot here though, I think we'll give Brian a little little more light up here. And I think we'll do that with spawned light effect here. I tell you, lights just take so much time. I will call it the Brian light, and I will go and put it in the sequencer for this shot. I'm sure eventually it'll disappear. It'll appear. There it is. That wasn't so difficult now, was it? And then, of course, we're going to have a film that plays on this thing too. And I'm thinking that curtain, you know, I think that's going to be good. Move to Jay's Lights Auditorium. Perfect. I think that will be good, and I'm doing it on this shot here so that when I spawn it, could be maybe an Unreal Engine restart is in order. Maybe that is what we need here. In fact, I'm going to go and it's fine to leave it here. Actually go and take it out of this. Oh no, that wasn't good. That was bad. That was bad. Bring it back. So in value for intensity, and that, and then let's make it spawnable, convert to spawnable, and no, not from director blueprint, just make it a spawnable thing. Shouldn't really be that difficult. Spawnable from director blueprint. It's not what I want to do. Let's do it differently then. We'll go and leave this here. Deviant! How you doing, buddy? Think Unreal Engine might just need a holiday. So in here, I'm using the same light. How's it going, sir? I'm doing okay. I'm doing my thing here, but I've hit an extreme snag that appears to not have a solution, and that's a severe limitation, I find. But now I'm thinking also maybe it is Unreal Engine that has the real issue here. So now the light's only happening here and not here, and here we can see it, so let's go and disable it here as well. And then we'll render, I promise. Then we'll render. There. Okay, we've got all our people in Deviant. We're about to hit render and see what this actually looks like in context. I think maybe this corner is a little dark still, to be brutally honest. Maybe we can just brighten that up a tad. Yeah, this corner here. Maybe it's even possible to just catch it with this. We just move that over here. Why don't we do that? Easy! Alright, fixed it! While this corner is a little bit dark now, I think it's fine. I think just because I'm not entirely sure if Unreal Engine is happy bunny, I'm just going to go and restart it. Just because, you know, who do you trust? A 3D application? Certainly not. Never! Indeed, never. So 27th of August apparently is an extremely important date for 3D because it'll redefine and obliterate the boundaries to entry. Insert 4,000 character marketing speech here, because at that point Headshot 3 is going to be released. Which changes everything. Did I start this way? There we go. Perfect, perfect. Okay, interior first. This is exciting. 10% better. Even more. Maybe it's 11. I don't know. No, it's supposed to rule. I'm looking forward to watching somebody try it out. I've never actually used it, but it might actually be really, really good. Yes, good point. 1500% or nothing. Yeah, that's right. One editor was open. No. Int goes in here. No, I'm looking forward to it because I think Brian can probably do really good things with it. Add to movie render queue, and I think we already have render settings for this. RS interior, check. 1920 by 1080 render should be fine, and because I'm clever, I'm not going to stay in this scene, so therefore the start, I think this is also going to go into this here. If I open the start level that has literally nothing in it, movie render queue has more resources to allocate this thing. So let's see, that's just the interior. I think, do we have that? That exists, right? I think. Yes, that exists. Perfect. Before I render that, let me just go and make a, I don't know if I've made an export of this as it looks right now. Thank you for the white flashes. Really, really appreciate that. Cinema titles are right. Because it's technically not our first animatic. Yeah, so this is what it looked like up until now, empty with flooded lights and all. Animatic V3, yes, have we made that? If so, where is it? It's in documents? I doubt it. It shouldn't be there. Should not be there. Could it be in here? No, that's not it. I'll put it into here. Let's just export this out. Technically, we're doing it in 60 frames a second now, don't we? I don't know what does the render settings say? Because my bits and pieces are all override existing output. Yes. I think. Can I see that here? Pretty sure we're using 60 frames a second, so it'd be interesting to see how that translates here, because that is also 30 frames a second. Let's just open this one more time. Yeah, so we're definitely on 60 frames now, but we weren't before. So that will have some implications on the animatic. I'm wondering, therefore, if it would be better if we just put it into a separate folder. If this is that, so we'll make it, come on buddy, folder created, come on, V1. I might even go and call it V1 30 FPS. And then we're gonna make another one, which we'll call, come on buddy, it's just a folder, come, got things to do, man. V2 60 FPS. Take all of this, move that into here. Ideally put everything that I've just selected into there, not just a random amount that happened to be a good idea for Windows at the time. How's not every Windows user completely insane? I'm just wondering. Then we will render that into here, save that as a preset, and then quickly go to Premiere, who's going to totally yell at us to say, hey, the thing disappeared. Should have said that, didn't say that. Isn't there a reveal in Explorer? There we go. Is that not the... Oh, that's external. Yes, 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 good point. So then this here, reveal in Explorer. Oh, you've noticed. Ooh. That is clever. So it actually noticed that I've put it in there. Wow. Usually it was asking. Usually it would be asking this. Interesting. Let's call this one V1. And now we should be good to proceed. Okay. Render local. Sit back, relax. Nothing can go wrong. Just stare at the white screen and, you know, try not to go blind while it does that. Tension is building, Brian. $950 frames, so should be double of what we've had previously. People minus the one person we have literally had so much fun with already today. She just disappeared. She just didn't want to do it anymore. She just decided, no, that's not it for me. I'm out. I might just have to transfer just her again. Yes, have a look in iClone. If you find a way to scale that person up, which it should be, without having to send them over to character creator first, because that's ridiculous. That just isn't an option at all. There's got to be a thing where you say make bigger in iClone directly there. Like you make a cube bigger, you know, that's not, oh no, if is humanoid, disable scale option. Why would you do that? That's sometimes you just need larger people, like this example shows. Oh yes, no. That means we need more cloth dynamics going wrong. So we need at least 200 frames here. Rest frames. Write a script, Brian. Write a script then. And let's experiment with the IES profiles in the corridor. I think that might be a nice touch here. I think this doesn't look fantastic. It looks dim, but I feel like it should. We need to highlight and accentuate some of these things a little bit more. There's some parts that just don't get any detail at all, like here. They just need to come out. This is also the same person here, so that doesn't look so hot. Inbiginate.py, that's the one. That wasn't so bad. I think we may have to go and import the new version. All signs point to yes. So this is V2. Put that in here, and this one, of course, let's go and duplicate that, and that's going to be V4. Also open that, and then this here, we just want to first of all, I think the sequence itself is going to be 60 frames. That doesn't change the duration of this because the source material here is still 30. But this here, I can now select that and then right click this and say replace with clip from bin, and that now does that. So that means timing should be okay here. Perfect. Now while we're in a rendering mood, let me go and render the first part out again and just make that 60 frames while we're at it, because I don't think we've actually, might not have done that. And then we have a cohesive, you know, thing. And I think that we're done. And I can't believe it's been 3.5 hours already, close to 4 hours. That's crazy. Sometimes, you know, time just disappears. I'm back to work tomorrow. Dang. I'm currently rebuilding a chapel in a combination of Unreal Engine, Blender, and Substance Painter. We've had it already, but the director wanted to make some changes, especially to the materials. That then led me to rebuild some of the modeling pieces that we've had, because it was not something I could easily retexture. We used the projection shader. That in Unreal Engine, projection shader is something that you can put across an object, no matter if it is UV unwrapped or how it is UV unwrapped. It goes across, so even if you have two different objects next to one another from different modeling procedures, if you put them next to one another, put the same shader on it, it looks like one cohesive thing. And that meant that the existing geometry wasn't easily... Yeah, look, we're 30 frames here. So rather than changing that here, because all the subsequences are also 30 frames, let's do it on export. Exterior output. Let's just see where that is. Thinking it's probably here. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Good stuff. Tempus fugit, that's the spirit. This is going to be our, oops. This is going to be our new Destination. Custom frame rate 60. Oversave. Export. Go to start. Stefan who? Not the Draco who, yes. This is exciting. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You watch the render. Don't go anywhere. Let me know if anything untoward happened. I'll be right back. I've come at the right time. Let the render commence. Sub-level lighting V2 night is set to blueprint streaming and robbing. That's good actually, because we didn't want to have that. Oops. Hello, I'm back, by the way. This looked promising. Like all these things can really go into a thing that we call footage. And we're gonna go and import that in and also replace it. So external v2 that image sequence, yes. Don't know why it didn't start at frame 0, instead made up frame 2, but hey, it's one of those things. I'm totally okay with that. So we'll call that one v2 as well. Put that into here. Make sure it's selected. And then here we'll just say replace with thingy from bin. And it's completely different. Why would you do that? That's just... Oh, because of course the previous one, I bet, with the frame rate and stuff. Did you have... Oh, well, hey, hang on, 1 minute here. This is still evaluated. Both of these things are evaluated at 23.976. We don't want to do that. We want to go and do modify, interpret footage at 60. Yes. How much better? So now, exterior. Yes, people appear. I'm sad that we don't see any shadows here. Ground contact, ground shadows here would be really good, but I guess we don't have any light sources that throw shadows now. That's something to look into. I think just one of my room lights, I think they're all set up to not throw shadows except for these detail lights here. So yeah, must enable that on at least a couple of the lights so that there's some shadows being generated here. That's something I'm noticing. But hey, other than that, I'm thinking, oh, this is looking good. Bit of color correction, I grant us that. We must have that. We have 60 frames, fluid movement, cranky old man walks, all of them. Stuttering courtesy of Premiere because it doesn't know how to handle that. Maybe I should just render it out. Lots of people. All of them are too small. This is bad. Watch the skirt, Camilla. And then the movie rolls. I mean, that didn't look too bad. Look, Brian's still walking. I gotta say, not too shabby, I have to say. Let's watch it 20 more times, see what else we find. So definitely the issue with the shadows. Outdoors, I mean, that's just one of those things. They have shadows here. It's not looking bad, right? I don't know why it's got such an issue with this bit, and then the next clip is sort of fine. It's just that's Premiere as it lives and breathes. And we need to have more simulation frames on the interior. And here as well, I think especially where Brian is walking, you can see it hasn't got any shadows here either. And I think that'll look nicer if we go and just enable shadows there. Depth of field I'll do in post-production, because if I do that here, there is a chance that we see the sort of awkward depth of field. It's fairly easy to set up in Unreal Engine, but it might lead to artifacts. I'm not sure if we have shots where we see that. Let's have one more look. It is, isn't it, Nate? I totally agree. Outside, I think I'm okay with them. The ground shadows And they're going to look good once we have ground shadows. Yes, but the size problem is annoying me as well. It looks like I might have to go and do something else about that. Let's just go do one last render, since it really wasn't that difficult, of the interior, but with ground shadows. Shemhal. And since this is our render queue here, we can probably save that as a render queue. Save queue as, well, technically that's a render queue here. RQ 60 FPS. I think that's probably just the ones I did with mocap, Nancy. I think that's the ones in on the outside. That was all me walking in a mocap suit. So much stuff that I've learned throughout making this project here. It's quite impressive. Okay, let's find the right lights. And that this woman is missing is just hilarious. I find that it's just so super funny. So like this light here. Yeah, so that'll give us some shadows here. And I think all of these room lights, they should really all have shadows. Makes it a little bit more crazy to calculate. Oh, we don't actually see them here either. Granted, they are soft shadows, but without any shadows, you always think the people are floating. Oh no, we can't see shadows here. We can't see shadows. So without and with. So it's, you know, it's noticeable. It's noticeable. Could even be that on the render they come out more. These are the ceiling lights. They don't need shadows. And we have, they're also room lights. Okay, so they're all on here. Then, whoops. Simulation frames. Also, let's go and just add that to that. Also the eye. The IES profiles, let's just have a quick look if that's gonna look cool or not. Could be if I enable them on all of these. I think the complex one is the one I do actually enjoy most. And maybe even this one here. Just adds a little bit of something. There's not much we can do here. That might look cooler. Okay, that's the shadows taken care of. Let's do one final thing, and that is to put, at least in the interior render, just because of Camilla's skirt, let's go and put the That's actually on another tab, so I have to go add anti-aliasing here, and then we'll say this and that, and this, let's make that 200 at least. So that should take care of her skirt. Okay, and maybe we can't use this. When disabled, the sequence is evaluated once at the first frame and then waits there for engine warm-up count many frames. When this is enabled, the number of warm-up frames is based on how much excess there is in the camera cuts track outside of the playback range, and the sequence is evaluated for each frame, which can allow time for skeletal meshes to animate from a bind pose, etc. So let's try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but if it does, then it does. So that's sort of cool. And also, we go back to start. And because this is our animatic number 4, let me just go and render that out, because we're going to override this whole thing with new footage, at least for the interior. We don't need to re-render the exterior, but then at least we have versions. Yesterday, I had a good time with Cartoon Animator. I'm trying to add some facial animations for when my 2D avatar gets angry or sad and excited and stuff like that with the puppet stage thing. And it's very new to me to animate faces like that. It's not like in iClone where you have the animation layers. Everything is, there are no layers, but you have tons of tracks that you animate things across. And so you have the sprite track that changes what sprite is shown. Then you have the bone track for something like an eye movement or like a body part. And then on top of that, you also have the FFD track. There's just so many of them. I can see shadows. That is better. So before each cut, we should now have the engine warm-up of 200, like I typed it in. I didn't say 20, I did say 200, didn't I? If I didn't, then we might as well stop it right here, because that's really, really important. I said 200, didn't I? So, render warm-up frames. Interesting. Music's run out yet again. Because I only see 20. What? Oh, because we don't have 200. That's what it was saying. I think I understand it now. It's saying that if we had more than whatever, then we would just use the camera cuts track, whatever's in there. But if you don't have 200, well, then you don't have 200. Then it was actually my mistake. Okay, fine. Then I either have to change the sequence or to just make it faster. I might just go and do that. No, that. And then we just do that. And then we just do that. And then we do that. And then it might work. Might. Being the operative word here. 200, there we go. And hopefully these will be the 200 frames in which Camilla's skirt sort of settles down. And ideally what they're saying is you have more frames before you even cut to the camera. And with my other tick box, that would be used. But of course I currently don't have that. So it's a good point to give Camilla more frames there so that her movement into the stepping thing can actually start before we cut to it. And then the skirt would simulate properly. So now this should happen here in the background. I don't see it, so this may not work. You went out to get a burger. Ooh, look at that. That sounds good. I could eat a burger now. Yes, it's the third time we're rendering this, and I've made some improvements, just minor ones, but I think the scale of the people, they really just need to be, that really needs to be saved. That's either going to be a manual ton of work, or I find a way to re-import that, or ideally some, script magic can help me out. Things I want to avoid is having to export everyone out, size them up, re-import them. If that's the only option, then sure, we can do that. Ideally, I'd fix it all in Unreal Engine, but currently I don't know how I can, because the obvious things, they should have all worked and none of them did. So lighting's not bad, right? Yes, the one thing that annoyed me in the previous one was that none of them had ground shadows, and that's because I had disabled the shadows here. Yeah, so this camera cuts track I need to work on so that she can be in motion, and then this can be simulated, and then we cut to her. So this sort of fake solution hasn't cured the problem. So all this needs to really happen outside of before we cut to it. And that's not to say the physics body doesn't need any work, so that also needs a ton of work. But hey, I can just see we're just gonna give her different clothing. This was a last minute change with the IES profile on the lights. So they now have this just nice little effect here. Might still be a little strong. We might also be missing some posters on the sides. And then there's depth of field. So for that, the way I would do depth of field is probably render this out with a depth map, or depth mask, and then get that transferred into a blur effect in After Effects or in Premiere, and then it'll be rock solid. And that'll sort of blur out some of the low poly people here if you look too closely. I think we're okay with the lighting because we don't really see them. There's still some very dark parts that just don't have any definition in the shadow, so I might take care of that. And I would really like to have a red curtain that, as we're in this shot, is just opening up. So that's a Marvelous Designer Alembic animation job, and then we display something on there. So I think that might be good for next Saturday. Premiere's still thinking about it. Here we go. Now we have the shadows, and that skirt. We just have to pretend none of this is here. But yeah, for a little, for another draft, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Yes, absolutely. Yes, we do that too. So that's a huge amount of work actually to to get those things post-produced. But yeah, that's the sort of phase that we're in right now. We're sort of finishing off some more scenes that need to be still developed or polished off. And others I render out in exactly that manner. So the way that works is, in this case, we would have the base render pass, which would just be this picture. And then on top of that, we would have separated out objects. So in our case, those are the actor plates, and they're just transparent with the actor. Then on top of that, I render out something called an object ID map. That's Cryptomat specification that has every single 3D object is assigned a color value, essentially, or mask value, essentially. So if you wanted to just select this tree here and then change the color of it, then my compositing colleague could do that. So every single 3D object would get a mask, and it's a huge file. It's about 200 megabytes per frame, and he will be able to go and say, well, he'd say we need a different color reflection on the river. We'd just be able to take that out, or director says this car needs to be red, or this car needs to be darker, lighter, whatever. He would be able to mask that out and then adjust that color. And that's the object ID map. And then on top of that, we have a depth map that assigns a gray value for each object, and depending on how far it is away from the camera, it gets different gray value. So I always forget how it works. I think the lighter parts are furthest away and the darker parts are closest to the camera, and that can then be used to make the super accurate depth of field, which Unreal Engine by itself can't really produce. So yeah, those are the passes that I render out, and I would probably render that pass out for me here as well. I don't think I'd use the object ID map. I don't think I don't need that here. And do you know what? Something else. She here, that's the woman who's also disappeared from the table here. So I think she really needs to be imported in again completely. So she's just not showing up at all. I don't know what happened there. Thankfully, I have a backup, so I can just go and bring her in again. But yeah, that's the woman. She was talking to her on the table. This is great. We need to have somebody in the front here. She needs a fixed skirt. Wow. That is pretty cool. So then, hey, on Saturday, let's do the curtain. And by that point, I may have a solution on the whole size in the character front. And if not, then I don't. But yeah, curtain on Saturday. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. This was a humongous amount of work, I think. But hey, it doesn't look bad at all. If we think about the crowd, it's just a shame that the characters, they could do with just a tad of a size increase. We'll see if we can make it happen. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful week. I certainly hope I will. And I'll see you next Saturday. Take care, my friends. Bye-bye.